Okay, doing a test here. Um, we'll see how I'll see how it sounds and how it looks actually. So right now my title screen is still showing. There we go. There I am. And give me a quick sec. Okay, sounds all right, I guess. Okay, that's all right, I guess. OBS updated, and so then settings were lost, and I had to um um had to reset the settings. They have like new settings. Like they had motion JPEG before, and now it's something else, and it wasn't working, and but now it's working. So hopefully it's gonna work from here on out. Let's do this. Um, I'm gonna switch back to my please wait sign. So give me a few minutes here while I today's the inauguration of President Trump, U.S. President Trump. Um, and today is also a holiday, Martin Luther King Jr. Although um, I'd probably still be streaming if it weren't for the inauguration, anyways. So at some point, probably my normal breaking point, I'll be watching the inauguration probably after the fact, though, because I think it's going on right now. But my dad's laying down because he has to lay down. He's got to sleep a little bit, and which is fine. Um, so I'm gonna get started here in a couple of minutes. Either that uh, or he'll be getting up here in a few minutes and I won't be. So I'm gonna put the break sign on, and if anybody's watching or listening, bear with me. I'll be back in a little bit, or I'll be back in just a second. So I'll see you in I'll see you in a few minutes or in a while. Okay, so Dad's still sleeping, and President Trump is giving his remarks, and I'll probably watch that. Do I need this? Probably not. Um, I'll probably watch it when he gets up, and that's when I'll actually take my actual official break. And it'll probably be as much as this. The other times it'll be like an hour or something. But in the meantime, I'm going to continue with my game. And unfortunately, for people that wanted to are really interested in Redot and seeing cool stuff, I still got to do some story. So a lot of this early stuff here is just going to be kind of boring, sort of. But yeah, um, let me check one thing here uh, because videos. Okay. Oh, and these are ones. Okay, so these are. Here, I'll just show you what I'm doing so that it doesn't look weird. Um, and usually I post links in Discord and on X and in IRC. I'll do that probably in just a second, but right now I want to do this one little thing. First is that this is for the 16th and 17th. So copy or cut, I guess. Let's go to desktop, open new tab. Let's go to videos. That's not what I want. Videos. Desktop and Blender, Blender projects, uh, library, source video, new folder. Let's call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 4 zeros. It's just five places so that depending on how many, I can have 99,999 updates before I have to change the numbers, and this just keeps them all in order and everything. Um, this would be December. Uh, that's a kind of an interesting thing. Uh, 12th and okay, yeah, 13th was Friday the 13th, so the 14th would be Saturday, the 15th would be Sunday, the 16th would be Monday. That following Monday, so 16th, 17th, 2024. Wait, I'm put a comma there. 2024 sources, and then we paste. Okay, that's good. Now this, let's go into OBS and clips, and there's nothing in there, which is good, which is what we want. Okay, and what else do I need? Do I need to do anything else? Boop, boop, boop. And maybe not. Okay, let's switch back to this for a quick sec. Um, yeah, okay. Um, so we're working on story. Um, okay, let me do the thing I do of posting the link in various places. Um, we'll start with X, I guess. Probably because I need to get the oh, I'm just copying the come on. Okay, copy. Copying the URL so I can put it on X. And notifications. And just it doesn't really matter here because I'll be doing all my like the more political stuff or whatever, or the non game development or creative stuff on uh my alternate account. Here. Well, I'm you don't have to see this anyways. I got an account already, but first thing is we'll be watching the inauguration after the fact. I don't know if anybody even matters because I don't think I have anybody following me except for maybe like one person. So no. Well, no, I got a few followers on here, but we were in this inauguration after the fact. Actually, I don't even need to do that. Discard. That's not really that important as far as because I'm going to be watching the inauguration for myself, not because of others. So I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, so let's do something here. Let's open my profile in a new tab. Let's go to communities. Let's go to Redot engine. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, there we go. What I want to do is I want to look at the post directly. And what's oh. That's not what I want anyways. That's the community. I guess that was the latest thing um was my last anyways, it was from Friday. Let's open that in a new tab. And this I don't have to open. Okay. And all right, okay. Let's do this. That. Okay. Copy. Do that. Let's do posts. Make sure it's other followers too. Paste this plain text there. And here. This is actually what I do every day or whenever I stream. So I'm copying from here, then I'm going over here or going over here and then just pasting it in. Paste plain text. And that's 29 and then over here I guess I can go ahead and copy this little bit of text here. Paste. And saying still trying to lock down the plot outline. And we'll just leave it like that. Oh no, I said 2i, I meant 29. Doggone it. Doesn't matter that much, I guess. Dev stream 29, not 2i. Okay. I can't edit my posts. You can't edit posts unless you're a premium. Okay. So there is that, and okay, let's go to our streaming community, and yeah, this is boring. Normally I do this ahead of time, but just because today is kind of weird, the inauguration and stuff, I decided. Oh yeah, the other thing that made it weird was that streaming wasn't working at first because they had updated and they changed the way they did the settings, and so I had to figure that out. Didn't take very long, but I still had to figure it out. So now, so now I need to do all this stuff here. Normally I would have just put the please wait sign and all that. So stream 29, track 29. Okay. Oh, no, let's do that. Copy and paste. Okay. Now, uh, now what's the next thing? The next thing would be Discord, and if I have to update it, I guess I don't have to update it. That's good. Okay, so let's see. We got some new videos and streams. Oh, so Chap C must have had okay. This guy's making his own game, partly 2D, partly 3D, in I think in Godot, I think. And he also streams some gameplay stuff. He does some gameplay streaming. And of course, games from scratch always announces. Where? Okay. Oh, something new from games from scratch. Default game engine just got huge upgrade. I don't care about that. Okay. So now let's go through all the places that I. This is normally what I do beforehand, right? So just bear with me, or you can wait 20 minutes or something while I finish doing this. Okay, so I don't need to put anything else here because it's gonna show what the stream is. See, um, number 29. And that's Cantaloupe from I think he's in the Blender channel on Libera.chat IRC network. And so he has his own Discord, and he's cool with me posting this in here until he's not, and then he'll probably tell me if he's not. Um, this one, I'll go ahead and paste it. This guy, I think there's a tutorial or something that I liked, but this guy says he doesn't want me um, spamming all the time. But what I'm doing is here I'll say beginning of the week. So I thought I'd the actual link, unless you want to share it less frequently, which I'll start doing every 2 weeks. So don't hesitate to call me out on it. Okay. I don't want to spam too much. I think this was the guy that was saying that if I was posting my links all the time, that it's gonna be just for my stuff. He said maybe if there were more people, he'd be fine with it because there'd be more activity. But as it stands, it's just me posting, and so you notice um, he doesn't have a place to to put your stuff, self promotion. He doesn't have a daily, so I'm putting it off topic. But then again, nobody is actually. I'm about the only one that's talking in here. See, this is the conversation there, and so I don't think he'll mind that much. But he can tell me, and I'll respect it. And then TIG source Discord. Uh, they have a place for it specifically, so. And I haven't heard any complaints about posting here all the time either. So only doing it in certain ones. GameDev.net. It's got an advertisement place here, and I don't think. Show message. Okay. Anyways, so yeah, posting in here. This is the guy that did the retro text adventure in Godot tutorial series, and it's got to promote your stuff, and so I post in here all the time. Nobody's let's disable the stupid streamer mode. Dang, I don't know why it does a stupid streamer mode. And then it puts your, your name in like just initials and stuff, and so it's hard to find stuff that you posted. Anyway, stream share. This is the point and click Discord. This guy named, oh, I forget his name now. Um, he he made a um he made a point and click adventure game in Unity, I believe, with it what's called Adventure Creator, and so he had this whole. In fact, I can show you here. Let's go to YouTube. Let's go to here. These are in order. In I got a lot of subscriptions here. Uh, where did he go? LMNO. Okay, it's got to be under the. There we go. The point and click. There we go. This guy. Jack of all, master of none. Anyways, this British dude here uh, made his game called the Big Old Boss Incident. And let's see something here. Hmm. That was 8 months ago here. I wonder if he's posted anything lately. Indie game animation is hard. His last thing was 5 months ago. Let's just go to the Steam page. You can actually I don't know if it is wish list or whatever. Or is it technically here? I guess he's not done yet. He was casting voice actors. He was getting voice actors, so um, presumably he's still working on releasing it. Anyways, I'll go ahead and actually put this in the in my deal here. um, Here, put it up the top. Uh, Actually, let's here. Let me hold on a second. All right. What does he even call his company or whatever? Bunkworks. Bunkworks. Huh. He has a website. Where's his website? Uh, oh, AdamBunker.net. Okay. I didn't even know his name, I don't think. Projects. Okay, anyways, yeah, so that's this guy, Adam Bunker. Uh, I'm assuming Bunkers is his actual last name. Um, okay. So let's go back to my video details. Um, uh, and click adventure. You can learn about the development here, and then I'll link to his Here, we'll just go to... No, we'll go to videos. Copy. And then let's go back. I know I'm kind of wasting time here, sort of. Uh, and the only reason I'm doing this here is because I was showing the Discords. I post links to my streams in. Okay. There we go. And I'm just going to save it like it is. And there we go. And this is unimportant projects. That's unimportant. It's unimportant. Okay. Okay. So now let's go back to Discord. And here, actually, let's make sure I have this copied. Copy. Wait, where's Discord? Okay. Discord. And stream share. So I'm on his Discord, and he's got a stream share channel in it. And then I wanted to post to GameDev.tv, but they don't allow quote unquote self promotion, so they should at least have a place to put it, or not mind it being in off topic, but apparently they don't. So, nah. Okay. I'm still there. Okay. So the next one. This is Pixie.js, which I'm not using. Sonic GDevelop. GDevelop is a 2D, and it can actually do some 3D now, but it's a 2D game engine, a no code engine. So they do some sort of a visual scripting deal, and it's actually free. And so you can make web games, you can make games for other platforms. And Sonic GDevelop was a plugin somebody made to make Sonic style games, Sonic the Hedgehog style. Okay, obviously don't post in those because I'm not using that. I'm using Redot. Armory, I'm not using that. Which leads me to Chappie here, or forget what his actual name is. Chap C is what he uses as his name. And I normally put my thing in self promotion. There we go. And here I'm gonna go ahead and post this. There's a thing about not sparing too much in here, so which is why I just list my when my streams are up. But today's Monday. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in here right now. Okay, games from scratch, and their showcase one. And I haven't been yelled at for this either. That and I just did a reaction to this MMO. Somebody's working in Godot, and I put Redot in there. Apparently, somebody maybe this Video X. Let's see. What? Yeah, Video X actually gave me a thumbs up. That's cool. You want to use Godot? Go ahead and use Godot. I don't care, and nobody should care either. Um, okay, so then there is this, and this is where this is just general discussion. I don't think it's an off general. I think I just post my oh, interesting. Anyways, I post my streams in here. Dev stream 29. Although it's just more story stuff today. Okay. So that's the Redot Discord. And now finally for IRC, right? So I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, that's right. I had to reboot and stuff. So okay. we'll let that go here for a quick sec. Let's go to notifications, set that up. We'll set that there. And I'm almost ready. Oh, I should probably go to GitHub, right? And we'll go to my gists here. And we'll go ahead and select it. And we'll edit it. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I put the little asterisk where I wanted to start because all the above stuff I had fixed. Okay. Let's go ahead and post my link here. We'll be watching the inauguration after Dead wakes up. Plus, I can speed it up to 2 times. Okay, and Blender. Okay. But okay. I forgot. Dev stream 29 today. More story, of course. Game dev. That's okay. They actually have the thing. They have a bot or whatever. And then okay, so that's the Liberia.chat IRC network, which is mostly what I use. I still do Afternet because DOS Game Club, which I don't even know how to talk in very much, but Game Dev used to be part of GameDev.net. That apparently it's not at all connected to GameDev.net anymore, which is weird. Uh, GameDevs.org. Oh, I've seen that. I'll have to look for that. Ludumdare, or Ludumdare as I like to call it. Um, GameDevs.org. I've never seen this one. Okay, give me a sec. Here. Oh, here, let's turn shields off temporarily. Let's turn this off temporarily. Reload. Okay, so this is just all it is. These are like links, basically. Alright. Alright. That's okay. I don't care, really. I'm just kind of curious. Anyways. You guys aren't even American, and you're watching it before me? Crazy. Okay. It's fine. It's of world importance. Yes. Yes. It's fine. Um, okay, so I'm streaming right now, and I'm going to work. true. I would be watching it, but okay, let's switch. Since that is nothing. And the TV is actually right next to his room. I can wait. Okay. In the meantime, uh, give me a sec, please. If you're watching or listening to the stream. Crazy. Zuckerberg. Bezos. Even Bill Gates. Yeah, frankly, I don't know if uh, they're all there, but they so wanted him to lose. Yeah. Okay. Not right now. Somebody's asking me if Redot's any different from Godot. In fact, they plan to keep parity with Godot versions for a while. They're going to get 4.4 soon and start integrate it. Yeah. They'll diverge soon enough, but to get off the ground, they just forked it and ensure it ran as well. Mm. Anyways, okay. Mm. Anyway, let me get to work. Okay, so I am okay, the gist part, right? Okay. Okay, so here's the deal. Let me show it. Okay, so the deal is that this version is supposed to be a plot outline, and it's supposed to be pretty dry, I guess. Uh, at least according to Circuit Bone from the Blender IRC channel on library.chat, and he was giving me some pointers, and so um, he started giving me uh, some advice, suggestions. And then I started looking at it, and it's like he was asking, like, okay, so who's Hubert? Who's the king? Who's this and that? And so I started writing stuff, and then when I looked over it, I was going, that's not a what he called fact, like a dry fact. Um, and what I mean by that is, I think the idea is that I need to write down the straight up events, what events happen, right? This happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and this should be my outline. So it shouldn't be describing them. In fact, now I realize this is a game, so but it should have the same things apply to it. So in a screenplay, you have to make sure it describes who you want, but it's got to be general enough that many different people can play them. So just in case they can't get your exact, you know, um, your exact type of character, and so uh, you have a general idea of your character, and when you're writing a screenplay, you don't have a bunch of fluff in it. For one thing, is it's not like writing a novel where you can write thoughts and feelings and all this stuff, or lengthy descriptions. It's just got to be what happens in a screenplay. It's what happens. This happens and this happens. This guy talks to this guy, and that sort of thing. And so that's kind of what I'm doing here. So I figured they just need to be events. They got to be whatever events. In fact, I'll have to put in some extra events in there, and I got some more characters to add in and whatnot. But so I'm fine tuning this one so that it's just the events. Okay. Roland the half dwarf, half giant, who was kicked out of the dwarf once for being too big, decides to come back. Okay, so the idea is Roland. He's an oversized dwarf. He was kicked out of the mines, and he's trying to find his dad. Now, I put this here. Roland the half dwarf, half giant, who was kicked out of the dwarf mines for being too big, decides to come back. Um, and I figure I need to put that in an event. So what's the event? The event is him walking up to the entrance to the dwarf mines. Uh, and uh, like, okay, so like in a screenplay, you're not going to have necessarily a description. You'll have a like a big. Okay, so let's see something here. Let's look something up real quick. Um, how do I introduce a new character in a screenplay? And even though I'm not writing a screenplay, this still holds. Use descriptive names and titles. Character description, a brief physical and emotional description. Should be concise and reveal something significant about the backstory. Okay, so Bobby, 30, tall, red beard, wearing a tunic covering his face, gives the reader a clear image. Okay, um, I'm not even doing that much, um, and I know it would be here. Let's see something here. Uh, and actually, I don't know. I could almost put this in my outline thing here. Um, I don't really need to because okay, so you're doing a movie, right? And you need to see what the character looks like, for instance, right? So you need this brief explanation. But even this, see, it says Filbert 9, wiry, lost in his own imaginary world, dressed as a knight, a toy sword in his other hand. Whatever his other hand, whatever the first hand was. Anyways, So yeah, so let's make sure I'm still on the deal here. I am? Okay. Um, and that's very brief, right? And so, okay, so imagine you're trying to sell your screenplay to a potential producer. And so you have this in here so that they can get an idea of what the character looks like and what he is. However, um, let's see some here. Character descriptions. Um, these are examples of character descriptions. I don't really need to do that. Okay. So, um, this is like a full scene. I don't even need to click on that. I just need like one thing here. The speaker Cobb is 35, handsome, tailored, a young Japanese man. Saito eats as he listens. Cobb, a bacteria, a virus. Cobb gestures at their feast with his wine glass. An intestinal worm. Saito's fork pauses midair. Cobb grins. A third man is at the table, Arthur. He jumps in to say the pitch. What Mr. Cobb is trying to say, an idea. Sato looks at Cobb curious. Okay, so if you notice there, uh, the um the first line after the description is Cobb gestures at their feast with his wine glass, and so that's the only thing I need. I don't need the oops. I don't need the I don't even need the description. See, um, Roland half dwarf, half giant. I could probably let's see what I wrote up here. Magical resorts sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. Figure named Max systematically closed down most of the resort. Many people have disappeared, including most of the friends of the wizard, the chief advisor of the king, Hubert. Okay, so I do have a description in here, but it's like really, really brief, and so I can keep this, but instead of saying who was kicked out of dwarf mines, what I'll do here is uh, um, I'm not sure if I should half dwarf, half giant. You know, because I was going to say who was searching for his father, but maybe I don't need to do that because uh, the next action here, the next event, or the next happening, is where he's asking about his father. Um, Approaches the entrance to the dwarf mines, and I'm not sure where I'm going to put the dwarf mines just yet, but that's kind of unimportant right now. Uh, the dwarf mines. And old dwarf stumbles um, and collapses at Roland's feet. Roland asks the old dwarf about his dad. We'll do it like this. Roland, who recognizes the old dwarf, asks about his dad. Asks about his dad's whereabouts. And so I don't know if that's how you spell whereabouts, but I think it is. Um, and so that's just an event. Oldriff replies, uh, his dad is trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. Okay, So that's pretty straightforward. John is barred from entering the night school grounds, but devises a way in. Okay. And there's the thing. Uh, okay. So where did it go? Oh, no. Okay. So here's the deal. I already had set up for the 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 full adventure, the end adventure, the end result, where John has two ways he can get in. Okay, so I'll just describe this briefly. So the first way in is to approach the guards and help them uh, uh, to get them to give him some information about how to get in. So he gathers some information about the badges and stuff, and but the see, how did I do that? I didn't design it as three different puzzles. Um, but maybe that would have been three. I'm not sure. But because at one point he talks to the guards and they do some stuff and he's able to walk right in. Um, and I guess I can just go ahead and spoil it because that's what I'm doing on this stream anyways. Okay, so they're two parrots and they're arguing, and they always argue, and then they shake every so often, and so the suit of armor is they tend to shake, and so you can get them into a conversation, and you can learn that their favorite food is chocolate. And I don't know if you can feed chocolate to parrots. You might not be able to. You can't do that to dogs, and some animals can't eat chocolate. But maybe I'll change it if they can't. But so you learn that they like chocolate. Well, you happen to have your Benny Wonky candy bar that you bought earlier on, and so you feed it to them, and eventually they when they start mentioning chocolate, they shake a little bit, and so some of the suit of armor seems to be a little bit loose and a little bit easygoing. And when you feed them the chocolate, eventually they shake the armor off of them, and you can walk right through. Another solution to the puzzle is to observe. Well, actually, it's a set. It's actually just the second puzzle. It's not a third. There's not a third puzzle. The second puzzle. The second puzzle is well, no, actually, there's two solutions to that. So, huh, interesting. Okay, and I have to rethink this. But the second one was you notice that when you talk to the guards, you're going to be talking to the guards anyways. They mention that you need a badge to get in, and so if you end up watching some of the quote unquote knights that are walking in and out, um, you notice their badges, and then you can go to one of the like the souvenir carts, and you can get a button, you can get there's different parts that you can get from the souvenir stand to make it look like a badge, right? And so if you manage to get these items, then you can assemble it, and it can be a badge, and you can walk right in without the guards doing anything. Um, and that also involves probably some stealing, I guess. I'm not sure if I want your main character to actually steal stuff, but this is important, right? And so maybe he snatches a couple things, or maybe there's another puzzle in there somewhere where you have to somehow get some money or get something to trade to the souvenir merchant um, for these items you need. I might do it that way if I do it at all. The third way was finding so drinks a lot. So drinks a lot, drinks a lot. And so he's perpetually drunk and he sees him stumbling around. And then the idea is you start to talk to him and then take him behind a shed or something. And you hear this smack like you punching somebody out. And then you come out with with his armor on and his badge, and that way you can sneak in. So those are three different solutions to the problem of getting in. Okay, so when I am writing this, I'm kind of going, well, what what do I put in there? What do I put in here? Because this is going to be still have to be half of the game. In fact, it might be the three choices that you use to get uh, into night school, and I might have to have three different cards. He talks to the guards um, who give him some idea. I'm not sure how I would do that in a single line. Um, John talks to the guards, and um, they mention they like chocolate. They're always arguing. They mention they like chocolate, and whenever they do, their armor shakes. Uh, then John gives them chocolate, and then they shake all their armor off. And then that could be one set because those are events. Another set could be you observe, you talk to the guards, and um, they mention something about having a badge to be able to get in, and then so then you observe, and then you're able to get in because you got a badge you got from the souvenir stand, and then there's the Sir Drinks-a-Lot one. So when I put in this in, what do I put in it? Do I leave it ambiguous or do I ambiguous? Or do I leave it like this? Do I leave it like this or do I put all three things in there? And keep in mind, all I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to establish the plot and events that unfold in the plot. Um, and this might even be the only place that has room to do that because I only started doing part of that. So I'll have to think of other ways to get in on these other places. Um, John is barred from entering the night school grounds, but devises a unique way to get in, and then I don't tell him how you got in. So, so what do I do? Do I leave this in as it is? Redevises a way in. Do I put all three puzzles in there? All three ways in there. Little one-liners. That's how he gets in. Or do I just simply skip it? If I skip it, um, it'll almost be just like he walks right in, and maybe that's what I should do because the puzzles aren't really these problems aren't really integral to the plot per se. I mean, they are, but if you're watching a movie, you'd only see one of them for one thing. You wouldn't see all three of them unless you're doing some kind of clue-like thing, or if you're um, maybe he's going through the things in his head and they end up in a bad way, and I could do that. But so what do I do? I could just leave it out. If I just leave it out, inside the night school, John asks several knights in training what's going on. Right. Uh, okay. So okay. So maybe what I can do here is maybe I'll just do this after. Okay. Because see, okay, so we're at the dwarf mines, and then we switch scenes to night school entrance. Now, if I don't put John first, you're gonna be a little bit confused when you read it. And obviously, this is just for my benefit, so I wouldn't be confused. But for the sake of consistency, I probably should leave John as the first word in the sentence. So, um, John gets to the night. John walks up to the guards at the night school entrance. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. And then we'll go. I also have to figure out what to actually record here as I'm recording. So maybe when I get to the end of Act 1 here, or what I wrote as Act 1, maybe I'll record it and show the lines here. Anyways, inside the night school grounds, John asks several knights in training what's going on. John gains entry after talking to the guards. Wait, LZ. I need to do this on a new line and then delete the line afterwards. Gains entry into night school after talking to the guards. Okay. Okay. Let's here. He learns the princess was set to speak in Princess Prep, but didn't show up before it closed. That's actually not a bad line. After asking around, he learns a princess was going to speak at Princess Prep, but never made it. Okay. Also finds out. Pardon me. Yep. John also finds out that night school started training with real weapons and dragons are terrorizing small villages. Then he sneaks into Princess Prep. That's fine. Inside Princess Prep, John learns the princess was to go to the Grand Enchanted Lannian Hotel. Okay, and then we switch to Hubert. Hubert himself sneaks into Wizard U. He finds the wizard professors have all been trapped in their own Hall of Fame paintings. And it'll be like they'll be like have like funny faces on them basically, and then there'll be one specifically that's missing. One painting is missing, which belongs to Maximilian's spell, as Hubert deduces. Maximilian's spell was an evil sorcerer who was banished for trying to conquer all the realms. Okay. So this is describing who he is. I don't really want to do that. I just want to describe what happens. So I think I'm gonna leave this out. I might go back and add in the character descriptions maybe as one-liners, but you're not gonna put that. I'm not gonna put that on a card. I'm not gonna say what did you say? Oh, Maximilian spell is blah 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 blah. I might put it in conjunction with something else in the scene, but that won't be the card by itself. Okay. Okay, so one painting is missing. And okay, so this is the deal, right? So I'm trying to get it down to just what happens. What happens? He finds wizard professors have been trapped in their own Hall of Fame paintings, and well, what's happening? Nothing's happening there. He's just gathering information. But what he does do is he examines them. So maybe I should say he examines. Uh, yeah, let's do that. Uh, in the school, Hubert examines the Hall of Fame paintings. Let's see. In the school, Hubert examines the Hall of Fame paintings. Now, this is kind of hard. I'm not sure if I'm doing this right or not. In school, Hubert examines the Hall of Fame paintings. Um, okay, so if I'm just trying to pare down to what happens, he's not deducing anything. I mean, he's deducing stuff, but it's not going to show up here. He doesn't say deduce. Um, it's right. This is a little bit different, right? He finds some information, uh, and maybe that needs to be fixed, though, right? Um, okay. John learns the prince is supposed to go. Okay, let's try something here. Um, inside princess prep, John examines princess's itinerary, noting the Grand Enchanted Landian Hotel as her next stop. Even though it's super sneaks into Princess Prep. Okay. He's already inside Princess Prep. I don't need to say that. John examines the princess's itinerary, noting the Grand Enchanted Landian Hotel as her next stop. See, and I don't need to do that. In school, he examines Hall of Fame paintings, including Made Space, 401. That's missing. Okay. It doesn't matter what he thinks. It doesn't matter if he knows that it's Max or that he suspects it's Max. All that matters is that he examines the paintings. Um, Now I can say he observed. He observes that each painting looks like oh, sorry. He's gonna notice that they're trapped. Okay, so how do you explain that? How do you explain that as an event, right? Well, he notices something. Notice something. Um, Observes that each painting looks like uh, He observes that in each painting, each wizard looks like and also surprised, as if they had been looks like and also surprised. You can leave it like that. The idea is they have us surprised. Surprised? Surprise? Surprise. I don't know. Is it surprise or surprise? Okay. And also has a surprised surprise. Let me look at something. Define surprise. Surprise? Surprise. Okay. Uh, each painting looks like he observes that in each painting, the wizards look like, and also has a surprised look on their faces. Okay, so it's like a deer caught in headlights, right? They're like, stuff like that, junk like that. So we're basically they have the surprise look, and the more you look at it, the more it would appear as though they're alive. Maybe they blink or something. I don't know. I haven't decided that yet. But so yeah, surprise look on their faces. One painting is missing, and I don't need to do that because him figuring out Hubert here, and I'll do this as I'll still have this, and this is actually good here. Hubert mutters to himself about Max possibly being back. Okay, so that's an actual event. That's an actual action that happens. He mutters to himself, right? So I need to look at more places to kind of do this. They should just be basic dry plot points. They should be basic events. Basic this happened. He wrote on the floor, and he drew a door on the floor, and suddenly the door opened. That sort of thing. Um, Roland managed to sneak into dwarf mines, a vast network of well-maintained caves. Now, doesn't mean I can't really have. Well, that means I probably shouldn't have that. Okay. Roland, into the dwarf mines. Extensive and well crafted mines. Okay. And I just said sneak, but we don't have to say sneak. Technically speaking, they're probably not even there. They're actually probably in the Gnome Kingdom, which is cancel. Which is, I guess, technically a whatever, being held hostage or whatever. Roland then remembers a secret entrance in the Gnome Kingdom and enters it. Okay. Now this is just going to be the same thing I just decided I would make it sound better. Remembering the secret entrance to the Gnome Kingdom. Uh, Roland, Roland sneaks in. Okay. I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna do this every so often, like this, and then I'm gonna update it. I'm gonna edit it, and then the next time I'll be starting next. Okay. Okay. So let's just do this. Okay, Hubert peeks into the window of Fairy God College only to be met by an old acquaintance. Okay. This old acquaintance is a teacher Hubert knows who informs him Violet Moonshadow is also back. Okay. By a Fairy God College instructor that he knows. Okay. Only be met by an instructor he knows. Only to be met by an instructor he knows. This old acquaintance, this instructor informs him Violet Moonshadow is also back. Okay, so this is also a description, which I am not going to do here. I'll put descriptions on the card. In other words, when we go to see Violet, Violet's an evil witch. Romantically linked works for Max. That's fine. I can put that in the card. But right here, it's not a happening. Here, Hubert observes the old ladies trying their hardest to mount broomsticks. Okay. Here we can add this as a the structure Violet Moonshadows is also back and teaching these students to be evil witches. How about that? Perfect. Let's update. Okay, let's update this. Okay, and then I'm going to. Yeah, let's switch back to. Now, where did I? Okay, I put the star there. Okay. So I'm switching back to here, and I'm probably going to break here. I'm not sure how long, but I'm going to break here. So please bear with me. Come back in, I don't know, half an hour maybe, or less, or more. Whatever. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay. I don't know if anybody's watching or listening, but that's fine. Um, so my dad woke up and we watched the inauguration and the speech he made, the two speeches he made afterwards. And now I'm back, at least for an hour, and I'm still working on my story here. And let's see what we got. Okay, so let's go back here. And I was right there, and don't want to delete that. Okay, so let's go down all the way to the asterisks. Uh, Teaching the student. Turning students. Now I see why I said that. Teaching the students to be evil witches. Okay, that's alright. Alright. In the Gnome Kingdom, Roland sees that there are a lot of people, not just gnomes, working in the mine. Roland happens to notice all the people working the mines. I don't know if he knows about the disappearances. I'm assuming he does. Roland happens to notice it. And I gotta remember he's a child. But I can put his age at 10 or 11 or something, maybe, so where he's not like a kid, right? So he noticed some serious stuff and a little bit of brain. Um, Happens to notice all the people working the mines. I'll just leave it like that because him noticing is the actual action. It's the event that happens, the thing that happens. It's him noticing, and it can be just a look or whatever, but it's an action that he makes. It's a thing that he actually does. After sneaking around some time, he finally spots a giant with long chains working an ore smelter. Uh, Roland asks the giant if he's his father, to which he replies he is, and that his name is also Roland. Um, I think this is okay because he's talking to him. That's the deal. Um, they start talking. Roland Senior tells Junior that this bad guy named Max, needs a whole lot of quicksilver. Okay, he tells Junior that he needs to contact Hubert and tell him of the conditions here. Okay, maybe I should reduce this to a couple of dailies because it's like a single conversation, really. And so it should be like a single statement that somehow encompasses it all, or at least um, I can fill it out later. Senior, Roland Senior tells Junior that Max wants a lot of quicksilver and to contact Hubert. Oh wait, let's not do like that. Let's back that up. Um, Roland this is finds out the giant is his father, Roland Senior, and then tells him Max needs a lot of ore and to contact Hubert and tell him what happened. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I have this thing. I have to make it all in one line. I don't want it to extend 2 lines. So even though I'm allowing for the full width, I need to tell the exact same text. I kind of do this when I tweet. Sometimes I'll tweet. I'll go to Twitter and I'll make a really long post, and then it goes past the amount of characters, max amount of characters, and I have to go in and kind of rewrite it and kind of take things out and change things a little bit. So it says it's still what I want to say, but in a shortened form. So I'm going to try to do that here. Roland finds out the giant is his father. Uh, let's see. Finds out the giant is his father. Roland finds out the giant is his father. Uh, the giant. I I guess I could say the giant is his father. I mean, that's not a thing that happens, but it's part of the is Roland's is Roland's dad, and he tells him to find Hubert and tell him Max wants a lot of quicksilver. Okay, and that sort of encompasses everything here. See, now this is just there's no fluff in it now. The giant is Roland's dad, and he tells him to find Hubert and tell him Max wants a lot of quicksilver. That just kind of encompasses everything. Uh, okay. John and Hubert rendezvous at Scarborough Fair at the Renaissance Fair. Okay. And the Renaissance Fair, of course, is the main street with the shops and hotels and um, taverns, inns, restaurants, that sort of thing. And anyways, Renaissance Fair is where this is the street where all the hotels are. Uh, Scarborough Fair is the only fast food concession open at the fair. They decide they need. Okay, I guess I should just remove these because this is just describing what Scarborough Fair chicken is and what the Renaissance Fair is, and somebody can gather what a Renaissance Fair is. I don't know if you read it, if you would kind of find the irony of calling it a Renaissance Fair in a fantasy fictional Magic Kingdom, but Johnny Hubert rendezvous at Scarborough Fair chicken at the Renaissance Fair. Uh, yeah. Okay. They decide they need to find the princess because she was kidnapped for a reason. She's not the princess was from Verdant and was to give a speech at Princess Prep. We know that already. Um, okay. Since the princess was kidnapped for a reason, they decide to find her and rescue her if possible. Now, you might say this a little mushy, a little, like descriptive, but they're actually making plans here. They decide to find her and rescue her if possible. So that would be them making plans to find her. So that would actually be a thing that happens that needs to go here. Counts of misunderstood. Okay, so we're introducing the count. Um, Hubert contacts his old friend, the Count. Okay, so we do need to tell him that he turned into a bat, but that's only because okay. And tells him to turn into a bat and see if he can find the princess. Okay, and we'll leave all the stuff about what he is. Okay, so presumably, and since this is for me, nobody's going to see this really. I mean, other than you, if you're watching or hearing it. The fact about him being a vampire and all the stuff that goes along with that, uh, you can kind of get that he's called the Count and he turns into a bat, so you can kind of tell what he is. Princess tied up to a wine cask in the cellar managed to escape her ropes with the help of some mice. So that's something that happens. That doesn't require a bunch of steps to describe. She tries to then escape by getting into the dumbwaiter, to which she's forced upstairs. She stumbles upon a room with some maps and other documents which she grabs, but is recaptured. Uh, the Count comes back and tells John and Hubert what he found, and that's good. That's good. I like that. Okay. So, um, let's just do this like I would do anyways, like that. I'm gonna update it. In fact, I'm gonna take a quick look, other than that line, to see about the whole. I mean, Act One just seems like it's kind of long. If you go into Act Two is not as long as Act One, which is kind of odd in a way. Let's see something here. Um, yeah, okay, so let me run through this in my head. Okay, wait. First, I want a small recording to explain what I just did for my next update. So give me a few seconds while I record myself. Let me check and see if I'm not on desktop yet, which I should have been, but whatever. Um, okay, so actually, let's do this again. I'm going to record it from. This doesn't matter. Probably saved you money. Okay. Okay. Hold on a sec. Okay. All right. I want to start recording. Start recording. Okay. Okay, so what I've just been doing, what I just finished up doing, is I'm trying to remove any extraneous descriptions, any extraneous lines. I just want the events that unfold as part of my plot. Just the things that happen, and no extra descriptions, no extra nothing. This is just for my own thing, for me developing the game, and hopefully each of these lines will kind of almost be their own card when I'm done. Anyways, so this is what I've come up with so far. Okay, Act 1. Enchanted Land's magical resort was sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. This figure named Max has systematically closed down most of the resort. Many people have disappeared, including most of the friends of the wizard and chief advisor to the king, Hubert. Hubert gets external help by bringing in John, a young man from our realm. While on his way home from work, John stops in at a store, gets his favorite candy bar with a silver quote unquote ticket inside. John looks at the silver ticket and says some words in the fine print, and a portal opens. John steps through the portal into a train cabin. When he sees a beautiful young woman, the young woman is kidnapped while John helplessly watches. The train starts to tumble. John falls, hits his head, and blacks out. John awakens in a forest without leaves, and Hubert walks over and introduces himself. Hubert tells John that he brought him here to help find out why Enchanted Lands is closed. He sends John uh, to two schools, Night School and Princess Prep, to figure out what's happening. Hubert himself goes to examine Wizard U and Fairy God College. Roland, the half dwarf, half giant, approaches the entrance to the dwarf mines. An old dwarf stumbles out and collapses at Roland's feet. Roland, who recognizes the old dwarf, asks about his dad's whereabouts. The old dwarf replies his dad is trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. Um, and I have to fix that a little bit because those are the same conversation. So I have to put it encapsulated into one because it'll be on one room, one card, one thing here. John walks up to the guards at the night school entrance. John gains entry into night school after talking to the guards. After asking around, he learns a princess is going to speak at Princess Prep but never made it. John also finds out the night school started training with real weapons and dragons are terrorizing small villages. John sneaks into Princess Prep. John examines the princess's itinerary, uh, noting the Grand Enchanted Landing Hotel as her next stop. Hubert himself sneaks into Wizard U. In the school, Herbert examines the Hall of Fame paintings, including a space for one that's missing. He observes that in each painting, the wizards look lifelike and also has a surprised look on their faces. And I gotta fix that too. Hubert mutters to himself about Max possibly going back. Roland goes into the dwarf's extensive and well-crafted mines. Uh, Remembering the secret entrance into the Gnome Kingdom, Roland sneaks in. Hubert peeks into the window of Fairy God College only to be met by an instructor he knows. This instructor informs him Violet Moonshadow is also back and teaching the students to be evil witches. Roland happens to notice. Meanwhile, Roland happens to notice all the people working the mines. Um, the implication here is that there's more than just gnomes. There's the tourists that have been kidnapped. There's the citizens of Enchanted Lands, including dwarves and just other creatures and stuff working the mines. After sneaking around some time, he finally spots a giant with a long chains working an ore smelter. The giant is Roland's dad and tells him to find Hubert and tell him Max wants a lot of quicksilver. John and Hubert rendezvous at Scarborough Fair Chicken at the Renaissance Fair. Since the princess was kidnapped for a reason, they decide to find her and rescue her if possible. Hubert contacts his old friend the Count, who tells him to turn into a bat and see if he can find the princess. The princess, tied up to a wine cask in the cellar, manages to escape her ropes with the help of some mice. She then tries to escape by getting into the dumbwaiter, to which she's forced upstairs. She stumbles upon a room with some maps and other documents which she grabs, but is recaptured. The Count comes back and tells John and Hubert what he found. Okay, so that's what I got so far, and right now I'm working on Act 2, but I'll have to go fix a couple of, there's one, like, typo, and there's a couple of lines in there I have to fix, but um, uh, we'll, uh, we'll see that later. Okay, so now I shouldn't be recording anymore, right? And I got one. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix those two issues that I found. I actually have to add more to this stuff, but I need to fix those issues first. So let's edit and let's go down to John Wicks in the forest. John walks up to the guards. Um, Approaches the entrance to the dwarf mines. An old dwarf stumbles out and collapses at Roland's feet. An old dwarf uh, that Roland recognizes, that Roland knows. We'll keep it simple. Comes out and collapses at his feet. Um, Roland asks about his dad, and the old dwarf replies uh, that he's trapped in the Dome Kingdom. Okay, and then we can remove these. Okay. All the paintings. Carry got the whole work in the mines. Ore smelter. Uh, discover chicken. They buy. Discover passport. Mice. It's upstairs. She grabs was recaptured. The count. Okay, so where is the? Give me. Oh shoot. Here. Give me a minute or two while I find this other. So ticket inside looks in the silver ticket. It says where is the fine print? The portal opens. Out. John was in the question on it. I'll just say as. Hebert walks over and introduces himself. He just brought him here. While training lands closed, Hubert sends John to. And we're just gonna forget about sends John to night school and Princess Prep. To figure out what's happening. Hubert goes to examine Wizard Youth for college. Approaches the entrance to the dwarf mines. The old dwarf that Roland knows stumbles out and collapses at his feet. Roland asks about his dad, and the old dwarf replies that he's trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. John walks up to the guards at the night school entrance. John gains entry into the night school after talking to the guards. Uh, After asking okay. Um, After asking around, he learns. Walks up. John gains entry into night school. And I was I was trying to think of whether I wanted to find a way of putting these into a single sentence. At the entrance to night school, John walks up. Let's see. John At the night school entrance, John talks to the guards and then devises a way and then gains entrance to the school. Okay. John Hawks and then gains entrance to the school. We'll do that. After asking around, he learns the princess is going to never made it. John also finds the night school started training with throw weapons and dragons. Okay, let's do this way. Someone tells John he unites using real weapons and dragons are terrorizing small villages. Okay. John sneaks in the princess prep and finds out the princess is supposed to show up at Grand and Gentilanian Hotel. After getting into princess prep, John finds a paper with words no, see, that would be too long. I'd have to put it into 2 lines, and I don't want to put it into 2 lines. Princess let's see. Princess itinerary. Um, What could encapsulate him? So he sneaks in. He finds the princess's itinerary on a paper, and sees the Grand Enchanted Landian Hotel on the paper. Okay, I guess I'll have to do the 2 lines. John sneaks into the prep and finds princess's itinerary. which shows the there's no way I can do this into like one line. Grand, enchanted, 90 in, the first item on the princess's itinerary, princess's itinerary, when John sneaks into this prep. I guess that will work. And examines the Hall of Fame paintings. See what I did there? With one missing. And that can actually fit onto one card too. Because I don't need to tell him the surprise expression, at least not in 3 lines. Because if this is supposed to represent a single card, like a single room, then he's going to go in there, and we might have more rooms than just one. But if we're starting with this, I just need the facts, right? Just the facts, ma'am. Hebert himself sneaks into Wizard U and examines the Hall of Fame paintings with what and notices one is missing. That would be Max, but mutters to himself about Max possibly being back. Now, I kind of wanted that to be in there because that's what he suspects, right? But we're not really thinking about what he's suspecting. We're just thinking about what he's doing. Now, I could still have this in there, but muttering to himself is not really an action exactly. I mean, it is. So how about we just cut that out too? I mean, I don't need to know this extra thing. Oh, on the princess's tour, when John sneaks in the princess prep. He himself sneaks in Wizard U and examines the Hall of Fame paintings and notices one is missing. That's really all I need to know because then he's going to leave and despite what he suspects, I can put that in a description. I can say he suspects blah blah blah, but this is the action. This is the room, right? He's in the room, and then we'll present him with choice. Would he go on further or whatever? And we can actually have as many rooms as for him to explore as we want. But this is just the action here. Roland goes into the dwarf's extensive. Roland goes into the dwarf's extensive and well-crafted mines, remembering the secret entrance of the into the gnome kingdom. Roland sneaks in. Comma. Here it peeks in the window at Fairy God College, only by instructor he knows. Instructor informs him, Violet Moonshadows. This is fine because this is 2 actions here. It wouldn't be 2 locations though. You know, I'm kind of trying to keep it to a single location per sentence, basically. How about this? Hubert catches up with a female instructor she knows at very odd college. At Fairy God College, Hubert talks to an old friend who mentions Violet Shadow is here and teaching students to be evil witches. Close, close. Do I need to explain that she's an old friend? Fairy God. Let's try this again. Fairy God College and old friend tells Hubert Violet is back and teaching students to be forcing students to become evil witches. How about that? Okay. Actually, I kind of like that. It's a little bit better, even, for that matter. Okay. Roland happens to notice all the people working in the mines. After sneaking around some time, he finally spots a giant with long chains working an ore smelter. The giant's Roland's dad, and he tells him to find Hubert and tell him Max wants a lot of quicksilver. And this is he spots. So we're gonna be in, like, for instance, a room, and he's gonna see him from afar off, a giant working this machine that he's actually chained to. Then he goes over and talks to him. Then Johnny Hubert wanted to discover a chicken in a Renaissance fair. And the princess was kidnapped for a reason. They decide to find her and rescue her if possible. Hubert contacts the phone for the count, tells him to turn into a bat and see if he can find the princess. Princess tied up to one cask in the cellar, managed to escape her ropes with the help of some mice. She tries to escape, but getting the dumbwaiter to which she's forced upstairs, she stumbles upon a room with some maps and other documents she grabs but is recaptured. Count comes back and tells John and Hubert what he found. Okay, we're gonna re-update that. In fact, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna check the revisions and see how it shows it. Night school. We take those away. We add that one. We take those away. So actually, I did do quite a bit. So you know what? And Act 1 looks shorter. I don't know if that is really because Act 1 is shorter. Because, I condensed some stuff in there. So technically, it's probably not that much shorter. It's just shorter on paper. Anyways, so this big plot reveal here is a plot point or a turning point if you prefer. It's when the princess finally figures out uh, what's going on, or at least she doesn't know everything that's going on, but she knows she was kidnapped. She knows that now the papers that she gets is this plans for this giant machine, but so the end of Act 1 is that. The beginning of Act 2 is the rescue of the princess. So that's all of, plot point 1. That's the first plot point, essentially. So anyways, 3:45. Maybe I should. You know what I think I'll do? I'm in clips. Let's delete this clip, and I'm gonna go back over, delete. Okay, delete. Yes. And I'm going to do the thing that I did earlier. I'm going to start a recording, and then I'm going to read all that and then end the recording. This is just an update on like kind of like what I did today, you know. And since this is the kind of the final version here, so yeah. Okay, so I'm going to start recording. I'm going to read off what I did and try not to explain too much and just read it off. So for the update videos. Okay. Recording. Okay. Uh, Act 1. Enchanted Magical Resort was sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. This figure named Max has systematically closed down most of the resort. Many people disappeared, including most of the friends of the wizard and chief advisor to the king, Hubert. Hubert gets external help by bringing John, a young man from our realm. While on his way home from work, John stops in at a store and gets his favorite candy bar with a silver ticket inside. John looks at the silver ticket and then says some words in the fine print, and the portal opens. John steps through the portal into a train cabin when he sees a beautiful young woman. This young woman is kidnapped while John helplessly watches. The train starts to tumble, and John falls and hits his head and blacks out. And John awakens in a forest without leaves as Hubert walks over and introduces himself. Hubert tells John that he brought him here to help find out why Enchanted Lands was closed. Hubert sends John to night school and Princess Prep to figure out what's happening. Hubert himself goes to examine Wizard U and figure out college. Roland, the half dwarf, half giant, approaches the entrance to the dwarf mines. An old dwarf that Roland knows stumbles out and collapses at his feet. Roland asks about his dad, and the old dwarf replies that he's trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. At the night school entrance, John talks to the guards and then gains entrance to the school. After asking around, he learns a princess was going to speak at Princess Prep but never made it. Someone tells John the knights are using real weapons and dragons are terrorizing small villages. Grand Enchanted Landing is the first stop on the princess's tour when John sneaks into Princess Prep. Hubert himself sneaks into Wizard U and examines the Hall of Fame paintings and notices one is missing. Roland goes into the dwarf's extensive and well-crafted mines, entering the entrance, remembering another typo. Remembering the secret entrance into the Gnome Kingdom, Roland sneaks in. At Fairy God College, an old friend tells Hubert Violet is back and forcing students to become evil witches. Roland happens to notice all the people working at the mines. After sneaking around for some time, he finally spots a giant with long chains working an ore smelter. The giant is Roland's dad, and he tells him to find Hubert and tell him Max wants a lot of quicksilver. John and Hubert rendezvous at Scarborough Fair Chicken at the Renaissance Fair. Since the princess was kidnapped for a reason, they decide to find her and rescue her if possible. Hubert contacts his old friend the Count and tells him to turn into a bat and see if he can find the princess. The princess, tied up to a wine cask in the cellar, manages to escape her ropes with the help of some mice. She then tries to escape by getting into the dumbwaiter, to which she's forced upstairs. She stumbles upon a room with some maps and other documents, which she grabs but is recaptured. The Count goes back and tells John and Hubert what he found. And that ends Act 1, at least for right now. So, okay. Alrighty, so got that recorded. That's good. Now, I got 10 more minutes. In actuality, there's supposed to be a lot more in Act 2, and I don't feel like there's a lot more in there. Feels like there's a lot more here. Act 2. Let me run through this real quick just to see what we got in Act 2. Here and John go to rescue the princess of the Grand Enchanted Land, but arrive at a side door with some guards in front. Hebert casts a spell which doesn't work at first, but then gives the guards the illusion of depth, give the illusion of a large wagon with food. As they go into the kitchen, uh, the secret they find a secret passage into the wine cellar. John clocks the guard that's watching the princess with a heavy wine bottle. They escape with the cook and go back to SFC. Roland arrives at SFC and meets Hubert and John. Roland tells them that there are slaves working at Max's Quicksilver mines in the Gnome Kingdom. After reviewing the papers, they formulate a plan. Hubert sends Roland and John into the mines. Hubert finds the dwarves' secret magic focusing disc and uses that to help him transport to the castle. Roland and John use the secret door to gain entrance into the Gnome Kingdom. Max finishes the Omnigate and is ready to test it. Hubert tracks down Violet and confronts her. Roland and John locate the office in the mines. Roland and John then spot the dwarves tied and gagged on the floor. See, there's some I can actually pare down to one. I can actually cut some of this down, even though really I want more of the meat in here. Roland and John then spot the dwarves tied and gagged on the floor. Sneaking in, Roland easily snaps the bonds holding them. Roland and John are then surprised and captured by the gnomes. With Violet present, Hubert casts the spell that causes his magic to return to him. The guards alerted to Hubert's presence chase him to the train station. The gnomes promptly put John, Roland, and the rest to work. Back in the mines, John signals the dwarves to overpower the guards. There's an explosion that seems to come from one of the mine walls. When smoke clears, the train appears to have crashed into the mine. Hubert pops out of the train. Disoriented by the explosion, the gnome guards are easily overpowered. The slaves get released and start to run out of the mines. Hubert shouts for everyone to head back to the Renaissance Fair. Hubert sends John to night school to inform them and enlist their help. Hubert himself goes to Fairy God College now with full magic and breaks the magic shield. Hubert then lets out all the would-be fairy godmothers and convinces them to help him. Roland Sr. and Roland Jr. head to the North Country where his people are. John goes back into the night school with Sir William. A lot of knights and knights in training listen to what Sir William has to say. They all agree to help our heroes. Okay, so that's Act 2. That's actually small, pretty small. At least if you're counting by, well, maybe not by lines, though. 5 to 71, so 66 lines approximately. Okay. 79 to what is that? 79 to 139. 79 to 109 is 30. That's 60. And they're about, okay, so now they're actually about on par, although it's going to be a little bit shorter here. Interesting. It's kind of interesting because, at least in screenplays, now with games you can probably get a little bit more leeway, but in screenplay, in a movie, your second act is actually a good whole half of the movie, and it's usually an act split up into two parts. So technically, it's like 4 acts instead of just 3. But point is that the point is that there is a lot more in Act 2 than the first and third act. First and third acts are roughly a quarter. The second act is roughly half, right? Right now, I don't see that we're doing that much in here. I mean, we're doing quite a bit. I'm not saying there isn't enough stuff to do in here. I'm just saying, as far as making this, twice as long or at least bigger than the other 2 acts, I need to work on that somehow. I know we got there is a thing though, and that is I haven't introduced all the characters, which kind of contribute, and I haven't really talked about the villains. In a good screenplay, you're going to show the villains. So you're going to show kind of the similar thing. You might show their plans. You might not show much of their plans in Act 1, though. I might can get away with the only thing that they see is they kidnap the princess, really. And that's really kind of all they know about it. Act 2 should have some more involvement. Actually, in Act 1, we actually did find a couple of things that the bad guys are doing. One, we find out that that fairy god college is taking all the would-be fairy godmothers and turning them into evil witches, or trying to, not turning them, but trying to. So that takes care of that. We know that Max is training with real weapons for whatever reason. Means he's going to attack somebody at some point. Okay, so that's a good one. So while it looks like there's a lot more, it may be just the fact that we need to start adding in what the villains do in Act 2, at least for part of it. For the other part, we do have other characters. For instance, how does Sir William get involved? You know, because I have the deal in the end where they take Sir William after he's been turned back, and he uses that to help convince the knights at night school to help them. Let me think. But I don't show where how do we get Sir William out of his enchantment? I know how to do it. Like I know what's going on. I know that at one point I had Hubert try to cast a spell on him and only succeeded in making him talk. Then at least he could say, you know, this is what happened. But Sir William still needs his own story, and he almost doesn't do anything. If he doesn't do anything, you're supposed to cut him. But I wanted part of the deal is the fact. Okay, so if we go back to the kind of the backstory is Max has came in and he tried to do the same thing, but he was thwarted. And part of the reason he was thwarted is because Sir William was commander of the armies, of the Enchanted Lands armies, and he kind of won a decisive victory. And so they had to get him out of the way. So what do? Is they get Violet Moonshadow to come and cast him a spell, turn him into a unicorn. And then they stick the Black Knight on him. The Black Knight likes to hunt unicorns, destroying every one. And so they let him know that there's one left, which is Sir William, to finally get rid of him. But that doesn't show me how to get from there to the princess wanting to rescue him. Why does the princess want to turn him or want to capture him? You know, maybe because girls like unicorns, but that's not really a strong enough motivation in the story. All she just likes this unicorn, and you know, unicorns are cool. Um, there's a possibility I could work it into some way. Um, and it would necessitate me putting more scenes into Act 1. In other words, what if she is caught there but I don't know. What if she sees uh, Sir William and she wants to talk to it somehow? Well, she's been kidnapped, so she can't really do anything until she gets out. So what do we do? Do we put Sir William? We add some scenes for him into Act 2. That's when he gets rescued. Now I still need a motivation for her to want to rescue Sir William. Um, maybe I could add a little bit of extra story, where maybe in her realm, unicorns are all but extinct. All but extinct means that there's a few left, but maybe in her realm, unicorns used to exist, but but went extinct. In fact, I could almost tie in a story because the Black Knight likes to hunt and eat unicorn, basically. And so maybe that could be the same idea. Maybe the Black Knight, because at one point I was going to have him like his armor was going to be holding the king, but at another point the king had been banished or had been sent away, and so you don't know where the real king was, and that could leave you open to a sequel. I could kind of play on that and make it to where the Black Knight is actually literally from Princess Carrion's realm, and that would make sense. Maybe she's a princess. Maybe she had a unicorn pony when she was young. That would make her really want unicorns. Really like to see them. Um, but heard about the Black Knight, right? That's actually not a bad idea. And we could just do it here in in fact we could introduce Sir William in the beginning of Act Two. He's kind of vital, and he's vital to Max's plan to stop them because he's hoping the Black Knight will catch up to him and will eat him at the most, but at the very least, he'll remain a unicorn that can't speak to anybody. Um, so maybe we can kind of add an extra bit of backstory. I'll have to put that somewhere. That won't be actually in here, but the we're gonna come up with a backstory, or I guess you could say I can come up with a backstory. Unless any of you have suggestions and you want to put in suggestions. I don't know that there's that many people enough interested enough, other than just kind of listening to me when they're doing other things, which is fine. I don't mind. But if you have suggestions, you can give suggestions. But so yeah, I just thought of something that's pretty cool actually. So we are going to, in fact, I should put that in my actual notes here. Um, Now let's go to LibreOffice uh, and let's go all the way down. Okay, that's right. Where are the? I'm not going to do a recording of this, but there was a couple of typos. Let's see. Disappeared. I'll read much faster if I'm just quiet here, so forgive me if you don't hear me for a few minutes here. Woman is kidnapped. Oh, let's see something here. Let's modify this here. The Wait a minute, did I edit yet? No, I didn't edit yet. Okay. Uh, not this while John helplessly watches. I mean, I can put that in later, but uh, when a train starts to tumble, causing John to fall and black out. Okay. Train cabin starts tumbling. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, huh? Causing John to fall and black out. Okay. At least Hubert walks over and introduce himself. See, approaches the See, I can cut that down to a... I'm just cutting this down to like location, so... An old dork rolling nose stumbles out and tells him his dad is trapped in the gnome kingdom. Okay. At night school entrance, John talks to the guards and gains entrance to the school. After asking around, he learns the princess was going to speak at Princess Prep but never made it. Someone tells John the knights are using the weapons. Gran and Chillian is the first to stop. Princess Tour. John sneaks to Princess Prep. He himself sinks and lizard using examines the paintings. The drip system. Very good. Okay. Remembering a secret entrance. Rowan gets into the kingdom. The fairy guy calls him tells you about his back. And is forcing students to become witches. Working the minds. Smelter. Do that. That's giant. Giant is Ron's dad. He tells him to find you. Next one's a lot. That's a lot of books over. Giant. And this is just making plans, right? He would contact the soul friend account to turn into a bat. Okay. Let's update that. Alright. Let's go ahead and copy this. Copy. Copy, copy. Okay. What do we call this? Plot revision 3. Here. I'm still putting this in here. Plot revision 4. Okay. Z. Formatted text. Okay, there we go. I don't need it to be formatted. Act 3. 3. Act 2. Act 1. Okay. Let's do one more thing, which is to write my extra note here. I should have called them notes. I'm going to go ahead and call this a note. Note. Sir William, Princess Baron used to have a unicorn pony. A unipony we'll call him a Unipony. Unipony. When she was a child. Then she heard of a knight dressed up in jet black armor, who hunted down all of the unicorns in her realm. So they have a special place in her heart. She eventually hears that there is only one left, and that the Black Knight seems to have showed up here. So she is determined to rescue it. Okay, and this is not something that's not going to be in that. The actions will be introduced to it. Then we'll be introduced how you know. I mean, that's kind of what I put in my old notes, anyways. The old notes was that she found him, she liked him, and then they somehow found a way of communicating with him, and realizing that he's no ordinary unicorn. Special agent. She eventually hears that there's only one left, and that Black Knight seems to have showed up here, so she's determined to rescue it. Okay, and then we'll just count that. Shift and Control C, B, Control S to save, and we're done. And guess I'm done for the day. I know I didn't get as much done today, but got a little something done today. That'll work in our favor. Because when I start working on Act 2, what I'm going to do tomorrow, Act 2 is all about Sir William. Who else did I have in there? Sir William. We also have the dragon. We have Chester the dragon. He's the good guy. And we got the other two kind of bad dragons. Crooktooth is going to turn out to be a dragon wizard, if there is such a thing. And since this is my fantasy, I can make him a wizard even though he's a dragon. He can cast spells, so he's enchanted all the, and he's evil, and he's enchanted all the other dragons to be evil as well, because they're not normally evil. This is part of a vacation resort vacation. They get good pay, they get health benefits and good dental. We'll put in something along those lines just to be funny, because this is supposed to be comedy anyways. It's supposed to be funny. But they wouldn't want to hurt villagers for real. They do it in this kind of mock battle thing where you could live out your fantasy to become a dragon slayer, with all the danger and excitement that a real dragon slayer would have to go through, but then without the actual consequences of it. It turns out that they're not evil after all. In fact, afterwards, after you do it, then you can get like pictures with them. It wouldn't be pictures; it'd be like either magic portraits or just a portrait. Like you have in a theme park. You have those artists that will draw your portrait, and then you pay them for it. It'd be that sort of thing. But in any case, so he's enchanted. He's put an evil spell on all the rest of the dragons, and so that they are acting evil. And Nestor is Chester's long lost brother that he didn't know he had. Nestor knows that he had a brother once, but that the egg was gone, stolen, or taken somehow. And we might even be able to work that into the story somehow as important, like something that Max does, maybe. Who knows? Maybe Crooktooth is Chester and Nestor's father. Ooh, maybe that we could do like that, like a kind of an Empire Strikes Back kind of deal. But yeah. Anyways, so what was I saying? I was about ready to get done. I was just gonna mention that tomorrow we will work on that. So oh yeah, so I have the dragons. I've got rolling. I'm still kind of iffy about Red Riding Hood and Kurt the Cowardly Werewolf. Max wants to recruit werewolves into his army or into his armies, plural, and he the only the only person that's good at uh, capturing werewolves is Red Riding Hood, and she's the only actual fairy tale character I have in there, which is why I'm still kind of iffy on it. I'm iffy just because I don't have any more other fairy tale characters like existing, like famous ones. Maybe we could make a deal to where she's the real Red Riding Hood that the Brothers Grimm kind of took for their own story and kind of changed the story a little bit to make Red Riding Hood look good or whatever. you know, Instead of the other way around where they seduced werewolves and then to gain their fur and so that way it might take it out of the fairy tale realm, not out of fantasy. I don't mean that. I just mean out of the fact that you have an existing character, and I could put all the characters I wanted in. I could put Snow White and Sleeping Beauty, and I could do all that. In fact, in the King's Quest games, they have several of these. They have the Beauty and the Beast character. There's a couple of those. Princess and the Frog, at one point. Um, there's the Frog Prince, not the Princess and the Frog. That's Disney's stupid cartoon. But the Frog Prince was in one part of it, and she actually put different Roberta Williams put different fairy tales in the King's Quest franchise. Um, but I could do that, but I'm not gonna do that here. But we can say that we could just do the one thing where I kind of bring it into reality, so to speak. It's not really reality; it's obviously fantasy. But so yeah, so I'm still a little iffy on that. Okay, we got to bring if we're gonna bring in Sir William, we're gonna bring in the Black Knight, and I still have to figure out what the Black Knight is specifically. Is he just a guy, a mean guy? Is he an enchanted suit of armor that traps somebody inside like the king? Um, or is he something else? At one point, I think I was going for kind of a Shrek deal. If you haven't seen the movie Shrek, then here's a spoiler. But it's sold now that you probably have seen it if you're going to see it at all. But it turns out that um, oh, what's her name? Cameron Diaz did the voice of the princess in that. Um, oh, well, let me pull it up. Hold on a sec. Are we still on desktop? We're still on desktop. That's all right. Shrek, Fiona, Princess Fiona, of course. Uh, so Princess Fiona, it turns out that she's an ogre. She turns into an ogre at night, and I was thinking of that somewhere along the lines with the Black Knight doing that. And I must have thought of it because of Shrek, because I think let's see, when Shrek was like 2001, right? And my idea was like at least 2005. It could have been a little bit earlier, but Shrek is from 2001, right? So that's probably where I got the idea. So it's probably not a good idea to still do it. But but okay, so this is kind of embarrassing, but the Black Knight was at night the suit of armor becomes disenchanted and out pops a princess. Only she's not a light skinned princess, she's a dark skinned princess. The Black Knight turns out to be a black princess. It would be a European style princess, but the thing is her skin color would be dark. And I just thought it was a funny thing would be to do that. That's all. I wasn't thinking anything, you know, uh, race wise or anything. I was just saying the Black Knight, black dark skin, maybe that could work. And so, but now I'm just kind of going, nah, I don't think I'm gonna touch that. At least not nowadays, anyways. You know, I might would have got away with it if I had made the game in 2005, maybe. Uh, they'd be saying I was stealing from Shrek, anyways, probably. But it doesn't really matter that much. It's just, I just decided I was gonna tell you about it. But anyways, so so we have the Black Knight, and like I said, I haven't decided if it's somebody that Princess Karen heard about. Um, maybe maybe he's somebody. He works for Max in this story. In fact, he's going to command the armies. I think Max's armies. But so there's some secret. You see, you don't see who the Black Knight is. You just see a suit of armor is what you see. And so um, yeah, so we got Red Riding Hood, Kurt the Cowardly Werewolf, got the Black Knight, we got Sir William, we got Nestor Chester, and Crooktooth. Crooktooth was an earlier draft of my story, but I'm gonna bring him back. Um, so yeah, I guess those are the only other characters we have to introduce them. Now, Act Two kind of needs some extra stuff in it. It just does. In fact, what's funny is they talk about a lot of movies how they kind of fail because Act Two is kind of dry and boring and whatever. But we got enough characters and story in here that I think I can put them into Act Two. Act One is just our kind of our main guys here. Um, so Act Two we have Hubert, the Princess of John. We've got Roland, and what else do we got? And the Count. So that's five, and then of course the other two, the other three afterwards. So yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Anyways, thanks for watching and or listening, and I guess I'll say I'll see you tomorrow if I'm able to. If there's nothing that goes wrong and stuff, and yeah. So I'll talk to you later, and we'll hash out more of the story, and hopefully get it done soon enough so I can start working on the Choose Your Own Adventure deal. It looks like I'm gonna have I got a whole bunch of here. Let's go back to the thing here real quick. There is what there's like 200 lines here. That's gonna be 200 um 200 locations. It isn't actually 200 locations though because the Renaissance Fair that they're in. Scarborough Fried Chicken is one. The castle is a location. Um, the inside of the train cabin, the schools. So it's not like Night School and Princess Prep. We got the Dwarf Mines. We got the Gnome Kingdom. Um, I don't know. We'll have to see if how much I can limit it and still retain the whole story. Okay. Anyways, thanks for watching, listening. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. And yeah, thanks.